Good afternoon to the Brentwood community, and on behalf of the entire Board of Education, welcome to our September 17th, 2020 board meeting. I guess it's going to be one of those meetings that we're going to go into exec session, and it is expected that we're going to come out to public at 6 p.m. So what we're going to do right now is just open the meeting and then go into exec, and then we will see you all later. So with that being said, could I please have a motion to convene general session at 4:36 p.m.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Felix. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Can we also ask you, everybody, to please stand for the pledge, and for the viewers that are on right now, Ms. Burgos is driving, so she will not be able to stand unless she's got a bag of tricks.
I'm not that talented.
Okay. All right. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, session and convene into executive session at 4:37 p.m. for the purpose of seeking legal advice from the board's attorney. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Maria Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Ms. Chang, if you could just let us know when we are in a Good evening to the Brentwood community. We have to begin with just an apology. Again, so many of our meetings have been running late because there's just so much to discuss and so many things that we, even when we're setting up for meetings like this, don't anticipate. So with that being said, our apologies on behalf of the entire board and administration for coming out so late. We thought that our 5-hour meeting on Monday was enough to cover this, but it just wasn't. So my apologies on behalf of the entire board. With that being said, what we are going to do now is just going through the agenda that was again posted very late. And again, you know, I want to apologize for that. The district and administration has a lot to look at when we are creating agendas, and this was just one of those agendas that needed the extra time and care so that everything was done appropriately. And I thank the district administration for taking the time, and the legal counsel, our attorney Neil Block, for his involvement during this process. We couldn't have done it without you. What I am going to do is we're going to go down the consent agenda, and what I'd like to do is I would like to make a motion to amend as follows. In so far as B1A through B1M, I believe that we're good. Insofar as B2A through B2V, what I would like to amend is that we move B2V, which is the SEP, the
Policy.
B2V as a separate voting item, community eligibility provision. I would like to read that resolution as a separate item because I think that it's a huge win for our community, and I did want to celebrate that. So I would like to move B2V so that it is now B1C. I would also like to make a motion to remove B2D so that we have, so the board members have time to review the changes in the policies that are being presented. And I would also like to suggest and amend that we change the date on B2D. B2D, I'm sorry, B2,
B2B.
I'm sorry, B2B, not B2D. B2B says that hereby appoints Ms. G. Paula Moore as a voting delegate for the 2021 NISBA annual business meeting. That should actually read 2020 NISBA annual business meeting. So I've made a motion. Could I have a second to amend?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can you unmute your opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Okay, so now we'll go through the consent agenda. Be it resolved, the following items be approved. B1A through B1M. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez, Maria Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. B2A through B2V as amended. Could I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Holder Daniels makes the motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. C1A through C1B as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Moore with the motion. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, trustee Felix. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. We're now moving to the D items.
Robert,
Yes.
yeah. Before you go, are we on D1A?
We're not on D1A. Well, we are going to the D items now. We are going to D1A, yes.
Okay. D1A, I want to make a motion to separate out some of those items to table items 11 through 25.
And I second it.
Okay, so there's a
Oh,
motion.
so we have a motion. We have a motion currently on the table to table
Second.
on D1A, and we have a second.
Okay, so I
Items
want to
11
also offer some discussion before we go to a vote. I've been in touch with Assemblyman Phil Ramos. I know he's also been communicating with Rich, our superintendent. And we recently just received a letter, and I'd like to read that. And I just want to, reiterate, I'm sure everybody's familiar with Phil. He's, a friend of our community. But he works directly with the governor's office, and he's on the Committee on Education. He's the minority deputy leader in the assembly. So I take what he tells us very seriously. And I really want us to just be aware of some of the things that are coming down from Albany that may have an impact on what we're about to do. And the reason why I asked that those positions be tabled, those are positions that are about to be abolished due to budget cuts. So if you just endure with me for just about a few minutes so I can read this again from Assemblyman Phil Ramos from the Committee on Education. He's also Deputy Majority Leader. He addresses our board in particular, says we continue to confront an unprecedented year due to the societal and economic impact of COVID-19. Our schools face the prospect of reduction in tax revenues due to unemployment and instability in the private sector, coupled with diminished state aid. As a result of this uncertainty, many school boards feel compelled to take a hard look at their ability to provide continuity of services for our children. As President Franklin Roosevelt cautioned the American people during the Great Depression, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. We must resist well-intentioned impulses to act prematurely and cause irreparable harm to our young people. The September payment of school aid from the state to our district does not, and not is in bold in letters, reflect the anticipated cuts. Out of concern for potential reductions, some districts seek to lay off vital personnel. Your representatives in Albany find themselves in a holding pattern while we apply pressure to the president and the Congress to make our state and others whole by filling the deficits caused by this pandemic. If they come through and we laid off vital personnel, we will have deprived our children who already confront difficult circumstances. If the federal government does not provide the assistance that we desperately need, then we at the state will be forced to pass a billionaire's tax to mitigate the cuts to schools. Even under that scenario, laying off essential personnel now will deny our students access to services without cause. In an article in yesterday's edition of the Albany Times-Union, New York State's Budget Director Robert Mujica said, "Some school districts are acting prematurely as they undertake mass layoffs. The fact is the state hasn't withheld 20% of school aid. We all need to work together to fight for the federal assistance we deserve. If the federal government forces us to reduce spending, we'll protect high-need districts, such as ours, from the impact as much as possible." Governor Cuomo also publicly urged school districts not to act prematurely regarding layoffs. Considering the above, I respectfully request that our school boards and district administration reconsider any preemptive decision to lay off personnel at this time, provided present funding allows them to do so. As always, I remain at your service to assist you as you navigate this unprecedented fiscal landscape. Sincerely, Philip Ramos, New York State Deputy Majority Assembly Leader. And I just want to also add to this that we have already made significant movements. I think that, just to explain to the public, you haven't really seen these in the agendas because we've been fortunate enough to be able to make some movement without necessarily having the cuts in place. So this might be the first agenda that you see actual abolishments, but we've lost positions within the district. For example, there are now no deans at the secondary level, right? Freshman center, high school, no deans. those deans were teachers who are on special assignment that have been moved into teaching positions. So they no longer can serve the purpose of a dean. And some of our elementary schools and middle schools are doing without some of the reading consultants, math consultants, and academic intervention services for those students who need it. So I'm just saying this as a way of not just being transparent, but also urging the rest of our fellow board members to please reconsider. If we don't need to abolish, and maybe Stacy or Rich could speak to this, that any cuts we make today are going to be preemptive. They're exactly what we are being cautioned not to do in this letter. Somebody also forwarded to me, I did not receive this directly from Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, again, is another friend of our district, was an employee of our district, was an assistant principal before being a county representative, and now she's up in Albany. She sends a similar message, and if you allow me, I will read this also. It says, the state legislature has received notification from the governor's budget office that there will be no educational budgetary cuts for the month of September. I would urge all parties involved to please take the information into consideration and avoid making any rushed decisions which may cause unnecessary harm to the safety, well-being, and learning environment of our students. Senator Monica Martinez. So I just want to urge all of us to please reconsider. If we come up to the point where we are in receipt of significant cuts, I think that we can consider it then. And, the argument was made earlier that, that might be more disruptive to our students. I don't know that I necessarily agree. I think that we need to start off on the right foot. And if we don't have a basis for making the cuts, I would ask that you please reconsider and allow us to table these abolished positions for now till we can look a little more closely and see what it is that we're going to receive or not receive from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burgos. So there is a motion on the table. It has been seconded. Motion by Trustee Burgos, seconded by Trustee Safiri to table this item. All in favor of tabling?
Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, all in favor of tabling items 11 through 25 on D1A. Trustee Safiri,
Oh, no, table it. Table.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott,
No.
Trustee Felix,
Yes.
Trustee Moore. Please turn on your mic, Trustee Moore.
No.
Trustee Burgos,
Yes, table.
Trustee Holder Daniel,
No.
and I'm a no. So the motion to table has failed. So now we are on B1A. The motion to table 11 through 25 has failed 4-3. Items D1A, items, appointments, resignations, and leaves of certificated personnel. There is one piece that we will have to amend.
Robert, I
40.
can't
Can't
hear you.
hear you.
Items 26 through 40. The heading above that should read excess teachers to per diem substitutes. So again, 26 through 40 should read excess teachers to per diem substitutes. So items D1A, appointments, resignations, and leaves of certificated personnel as amended. I need a motion.
Motion.
Could I have trustees with their mics on, please? Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, Trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Can we have a roll call? Can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Trustee Safiri,
No.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott,
Yes.
Trustee Felix,
No.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Burgos,
No.
Trustees Holder Daniel.
Yes.
I am a yes. So the item D1A.
So you just decided to pass this despite
Move.
the warnings
Yes.
from our, okay.
So D1A has passed with a vote of 4-3.
Please, everybody take note.
Please, really, this is a disgrace.
D1B. So D1B, appointments, resignations, and leaves of non-certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. I need a motion.
Motion.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott with the motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, Trustee Holder Daniel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved.
Feliciano, before you move on, just to go back to D1A, the board needs to designate an effective date of the accessing of the positions.
The abolishments.
Okay, so the, how do we do that, council? At this point, should we,
A motion to
Tomorrow.
amend that D1A to add an effective date. I believe the board was talking about an executive session September 18th, I believe.
September 18th, okay. So a motion to amend the effective date on items 11 through 25 on D1A. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Moore. All in favor?
Can I have a roll call?
Yes.
I abstain.
No.
Trustee Felix,
Abstain.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. I think we lost Trustee Holder. Let me try to call her. Hey, Simone, I think we lost you. Okay, so we're, hang on.
She's not present to vote.
Yeah, well, she lost the connection. She lost her internet connection.
Okay.
What was the effective date? October what?
No, it's September 18th,
September.
tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
So can you just let me know when you're on, because we have to amend D1A. All right, I'll give you a couple minutes. Okay, good enough. Okay, so maybe we can move on with the rest of the agenda. Well, let's wait for trustees. Hold on.
Is it okay to move on and come back?
Just give her a minute. I think that she's just trying to use her phone. I guess there was something that happened with her computer.
Can we move on and give her time? We will come back to it. And can I ask if the motion fails, do we just have a new motion? I mean, this is just to make up the dates. Robert, you're on mute.
Muted.
I actually changed D2V to D1C. And then we'll also change D1C to D1D. So D1C.
Robert, before you go on,
I wanted to
D1C, I want to make a motion. Yeah, then I second it. And I'll explain why. D1C is the contract renewal for the diversity, equity, and compliance consultant. I have nothing against having a equity diversity consultant. However, we're not hiring. So at this time, I don't know that we actually are in need of a diversity consultant. And we also have not seen any of the evidence of the work that this person has done. I know her time has been limited. No reflection on the individual who fills this position. We had the coronavirus. We're just getting back to school. But at this point, I would just want to table it, not take it off completely, but bring it back at another time when we start hiring.
Well, I was going to D1C was going to be the community eligibility provision.
Oh, D1C on here is the contract renewal.
Yeah, we changed it at the top of the meeting to amend it.
All right. Well,
So community eligibility provision, D1C, and then we'll change D1C, currently D1C to D1D. So D1C, community eligibility provision.
and what is,
whereas
I'm sorry, Robert, what is the current number on D1C?
It's the current
B2V.
number is B2V.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay, so B2V has now turned into D1C, and I will read it as follows. A community eligibility provision, whereas the Brentwood Union Free School District's Board of Education is responsible to provide students access to nutritious, no or low cost meals each and every school day, and to ensure that no pupil is shamed or treated differently in doing so. And whereas the Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010 included a community eligibility provision, CEP, as a new option to allow high-needs schools to feed more students by providing every student with a free breakfast and lunch each and every school day. Whereas CEP will effectively remove the stigma that a child might feel when a school meal program is perceived as being only for children from low-income families, thereby increasing participation in the school meal program. And whereas research supports that well-nourished children are healthier, better learners, and more likely to attend school, arrive on time, and pay attention in class. And whereas the district meets the qualifications to participate in CEP, since each school already participates in the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program, and at least 40% of the students in the district have been identified as eligible for free meals without an application. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Board of Education of the Brentwood Union Free School District hereby authorizes the Food Service Department to participate in federal government's community eligibility provision. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Trustee Gonzalez, can you turn on your mic, please? Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Trustee Felix. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? I was gonna, Assistant Superintendent O'Connor, can you just go over what it was that we just did with approving this resolution?
Sure. I think what we just did for the community is absolutely fabulous. Basically, it says that what it permits us to do is feed every child. We've always had breakfast for free, but now lunch will be for free as well. In addition, if we get some additional government commodities of food in for the district, so that helps us as well with fresh fruits and vegetables. Potentially, it could make us competitive in grants if we could use this CEP percentage when applying for grants, which some grants do allow, some don't, but some do allow. So I think it's just a home run for the community that everybody gets to eat for free. We do still need the applications. That helps us to maintain our numbers when we can't use that CEP percentage for the grants. So please, that's still very important. And also our high school kids, if you don't produce an application, you won't be able to get some of the reductions on the regions and college applications as well. But as of today, thanks to the board's cooperation and permission, we can move forward with feeding everybody for free.
That's great. And I know that you had a huge hand in this, Ms. O'Connor. So thank you. I know that you've been trying to get us into this position for many, many years. And finally, we are able to pass this benefit along to the Brentwood School District. So as of the 2021 school year, free lunch for all students in this community, regardless.
And I do have to give a lot of credit to Carolyn Grodsky from our school lunch office. She has been, promoting this for many years. So she, she's a big champion of it. And I thank her for all of her efforts in this area.
Well, on behalf of the entire board, we thank her.
Thank you, Stacy.
Robert, before we move on, I'm getting messages. I thought we were having a chat on the YouTube and the Facebook, or even on questions that are sent to Kathy. Are we going to have a question and answer?
We have questions. Yep.
Okay, because there's no chat though, so
Yep.
I'm
We have
having them sent
questions.
to Ms. Hoey, even though it's past the 3:30 time. Can we please also answer any new questions that come in?
Sure.
Okay.
They were sent. Yep. So
All right.
so now we're going back to item D1A. Ms. Holder Daniel, while we're having some computer issues, Labor Council said that we needed to amend D1A with an end date for items number 1125. We did mention that we were going to put end date as of tomorrow, 9/18/2020. So the motion on the table is to amend item D1A so that items 11 through 25 have council. This is an end date, right?
It's an effective date.
It's an effective date. It's an effective date of 9/18, September 18th, 2020. So could I please have a motion to amend D1A?
Motion.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott has a motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, Trustee Holder Daniel. We'll have a roll call for this, please. Trustee Safiri,
No.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott,
Yes.
Trustee Felix,
No.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Burgos,
I abstain.
Trustee Holder Daniel.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 4-3 to reflect the effective date on items 1125 as September 18th, 2020. Now we
Robert,
are.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I just keep getting messages. Are you going to read the questions and read out who they're from, or just answer them? Because there's a lot of people that are getting in touch with me that there's no chat and they want to be able to communicate.
So I will check the email now.
Yeah, I got a few also.
Finish, we get through the meeting. Yes. So
Okay.
So now we are on what was D1C on our previous agenda will now be D1D. So on the table now is D1D, contract renewal, diversity, equity, and compliance consultant. Be it resolved that the Board of
I want to make a
Education.
motion to table that, please.
And I
could I,
seconded. We did it already.
No,
Okay.
but that was before, so I just want to
Okay, I
make sure.
second it then.
okay, so trustee Burgos has a motion to table. Trustee Safiri is a second. And we'll do a roll call in terms of tabling this item. Trustee Safiri,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Prescott,
No,
trustee Gonzalez Prescott, can you repeat
Yeah.
that? You broke up a little bit.
oh, I'm sorry, no.
Trustee Felix,
No.
trustee Paula Moore,
No.
trustee Burgos,
Yes.
trustee Holder Daniel,
No.
and I am also a no. Motion passes. Motion fails to table item D1C. So now we have D1C as an item for action. Contract renewal, diversity, equity, and compliance consultant. Be it resolved that the Board of Education authorizes the President of the Board of Education to execute a contract renewal agreement with Betty Brown Green as diversity, equity, and compliance consultant to provide services to assist the board in increasing diversity, equity, and compliance within the school district during the 2020-2021 school year at a per diem rate of $300. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by Gonzalez, trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second. I second.
Trustee Moore with a second. All in favor? Could we have a roll call, please? Trustee Safiri,
No.
trustee Gonzalez Prescott,
Yes.
trustee Felix,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Burgos,
No.
trustee Holder Daniel,
Yes.
and I am also a yes. So the motion carries, the motion passes 5-2, no abstentions. So moved. So we are now at the end of our meeting, and there have been some questions that have been already brought to us through emails via the district clerk. So, Mr. Loshner, if I can ask you the first question in terms of, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. How is a child who is a hybrid learner or student supposed to do the work on days they are home if they have no device? Due to the lack of devices, I would hope that my son or daughter would not be given lesser grade in a course.
Thank you, Mr. Feliciano. As the community knows, we actually have laptops for every student. However, we've been having some difficulty getting all of our laptops in only because of the demand on Lenovo worldwide has really impacted the delivery. However, we have given out laptops to all of our remote learners. Now, this particular parent who's sending in this question, what I would ask them to do is reach out to me, send me an email. I have quite a few parents who do that. If you are without a device, that is, you do not have a cell phone or a laptop or a computer that your son or daughter can work on, then you are moved up the priority list and we will give you a laptop. So please just send me a quick email or phone my office. Now, what our intention is, we've given out laptops to all of our remote learners, and now we're going to work our way down to the hybrid learners, and we're going to begin at the secondary level, at the high school first, then the freshman center, then the middle schools. And we hope to give out all of the laptops that we have up to this point to, again, just starting at the hybrid learners, working our way down, all the way down to the middle schools, and then down to the elementary schools. We are going to ask the same question that we've asked the remote learners, and that is, if you do have a laptop and it is in working order, or a computer at home, and you have internet access, you have the computer, could you not take the laptop right now and allow someone who has, obviously, like this family here, has a need? We will by the middle of October, give out laptops to everyone. But if someone can, just for the next few weeks, work with their own laptop, that would be terrific. That would help people out. In terms of the impacting of a grade, absolutely not. If you contact the school and contact the parent and you let them know that the first few days of school, your child did not have the ability to log on at all because you don't have any devices, then certainly let us know, and it will not impact their grade whatsoever. I also want to say too that we also have hotspots for those families that are in need of internet access. So if that's the case, when you pick up your laptop, you let the school know, and we actually have a limited number of hotspots. In other words, that will actually allow a family to access internet at home. It's limited. You can only access the device, and on that device, you can only access the programs that we've downloaded. Obviously, they're all school programs, Microsoft Teams, as well as all of the software programs. You cannot offer this hotspot, for instance. You can't look at movies. You can't look at Netflix or Prime or something along those lines. It just doesn't have the data capability.
Thank you, Ms. Lotion. What I was trying to do is I was trying to look for additional questions.
Sure.
Ms. Lotion, I'm just going to read the next one, and that is with no new hires in the custodial and janitorial staff, how are we supposed to be sure that school classrooms are being cleaned in a safe manner? I know that you've gone over this extensively, but I thought, it's worth
Sure.
going over it now that schools are open.
Well, that's not to say that there's not going to be new hires. I do know that the buildings and grounds, Mike Cruz, Jay Brown, they are looking at hiring additional people to fill some spots. But I have mentioned in the past that if we think we need some additional help on the daytime crew, we will move people from the nighttime and move them to the daytime. However, I'm extremely confident in the custodians. I've said this many times that they are pouring their heart and soul into this. I'm really quite proud of the custodial crew as well as all of B&G. They're taking this personally. They're out and about in the buildings during the day. Obviously, in the afternoon and the evenings, they're sanitizing the building. Obviously, we're only into our second day of student attendance, but they will be, they'll be cleaning as much as needed and as much as possible. But if we think we need additional staff after we evaluate this in the next few days, we'll certainly bring on additional staff.
Thank you, Ms. Lotion. Ms. Lotion, there have been some parents that have reached out to various board members. This is not a question that, that's on the list that was sent to the clerk. But there have been some community members that have reached out to board members because they don't seem to understand what the directive to the buildings were in terms of the remote learning. I think that we had discussed this a little earlier, Ms. Lotion, or actually various times. Can you tell us what the directive for the remote learning is in terms of the synchronized learning versus the non-synchronized learning? There seems to be some confusion at certain buildings within the district in terms of what the expectation is. And I understand, can I preface this before you answer that, that is the goal that we have is one that we are working on. There are going to be some issues in terms of how we get to the synchronous learning. We know that we are having some device issues currently. We're still, it's the third day of school. So this is all new to us. But Ms. Lotion, if you could just touch on that and just expand in terms of, all those parents that are listening in right now.
Yeah, sure. Now, I will encourage all parents and obviously staff members as well to go to our website and take a look at our reopening plan as well as our addendum to the reopening plan that was submitted late in August. There's still some additions to that, but that's a good starting point if anybody wants to know exactly how our plan will work. But to answer your question specifically, what we hope after a few, let me back it up. I should ask the community one more time, and I've asked this in the last few meetings. I am asking that we have patience over the next few weeks because we are all learning something completely new. Our teachers, who I have said countless times, are really fantastic, the ultimate professionals. This is a new world for them. Obviously, it's a new world for students also. And families, they're getting used to this virtual world. But to answer so I am asking that obviously over the next few weeks, if there are bumps in the road, things are not working one day, but they're working the next, please have some understanding as we work the tweaks out. So here is the expectation. The expectation is that if you are a fully remote student, for example, you're not coming into school, you've chosen to stay home for all of your courses. You are assigned a teacher. Very frequently, you're assigned a teacher that is a teacher that is just teaching a fully remote class. However, most classes across the district will have remote students as part of their class roster. So remote students should obviously follow their class schedule. So if you're on the elementary level, you should be logging in when the teacher tells you to log in, and you'll be having an live interaction with the teacher. If you are a secondary student at the middle school level or the high school level, you're issued a schedule, periods 1 through 8. You should be logging on a few minutes before period 1 and onto that teacher's Microsoft Teams, and you will be participating live with that teacher. It will be synchronous. In other words, the teacher will be teaching you. If it's a fully remote class, he or she will be teaching a fully remote group of students. But if you are a remote student that is in a hybrid class, then the teacher will be teaching you on the computer. They'll introduce themselves, they'll say hello, they'll do whatever, and then they will also be addressing the students that are in person. Now, what we hope to do is that happens, that's called synchronous learning. So the teachers are expected, period 1, for example, if it's a math class, they will log on, they will say hello to their kids online, hopefully they, a nice greeting, as well as the greeting of the kids in class, and then they will start their lesson. And they will, do a lesson. If, like I said, if it's in a math lesson, for example, they might go over whatever the expectation is for that day. They'll give some examples. They might do, a small little demonstration. The cameras that they will have, for the most part, will be sitting on top of their computer, and they'll be interacting with the students. Some teachers may point it at a chalkboard behind them, again, using the math class example, where they'll be doing work on the chalkboard. And that way the students at home, as well as the students in the classrooms, they'll both be seeing the same instruction at the same time. Okay, they'll be seeing it and hearing it at the same time. There may be times where now we call it asynchronous learning, where a teacher now might have you at home. If you're on the computer, you may be working independently. The teacher might say, okay, I'm going to put you in a channel room, for example, which is, it's a separate room. They'll send you there, maybe with the other students that are remote, and you'll be working on it together while they're working independently with the students that are in person. So that's actually called synchronous learning, with kind of a mixture of asynchronous there at the same time. Now, hybrid students, you're a green student or a gold student. So Wednesday we had gold students. Today, which is Thursday, we had the green students come in. Now, what's happening with hybrid students? So if you're a gold student on this past Wednesday, you were in person. You came in, you followed your schedule, as if you were, obviously you followed the schedule that was issued to you by the school. The green students, while they are home, the teacher, again, period 1, you have the hybrid students that are home, they will log on, say hello to the green students that were home, they'll say hello to the gold students that are there, and again, they'll go into their synchronous learning, their synchronous teaching, while the students home and the students in the classroom are hearing the same lesson at the same time. Now, I want to pause at this moment and explain to the community that, as Mr. Feliciano said earlier, you know, a lot has to depend on our technology and our hardware as well as software. So what I can tell you that the first few days of school, we're only obviously in the second day of school, not every teacher has this capability. As a matter of fact, it was only last night that almost every every classroom at the high school had the camera installed. Prior to that, it wasn't, you know, the first day of school, not everyone had it installed. Now, just about every classroom at the high school, there were still a couple that might not have it. They had their camera installed along with a microphone. So the synchronous learning at the high school really should be starting tomorrow. We should see an upgrade. Most teachers should begin getting comfortable with it. Obviously, students will be getting comfortable with it. So again, as we progress through this, the first week, the second week, hopefully they'll get into the routine, the teachers of logging on, the students at home logging on, and that will be in a nice position to deliver synchronous learning while students are home. And obviously the kids that are live, they're also hearing the same lesson. So that's our intention, to get to that point. Now, the freshman center, our intention is tomorrow and over the weekend to install all of the cameras and microphones. And then from there, we're going to continue installing the cameras and microphones down to the middle school level, and hopefully work our way down to the elementary schools in a fairly quick pace. But that's the way it works. It's synchronous learning. The teacher will be much like I'm sitting here right in front of a computer right now. I'm actually speaking, and if someone was sitting in my office, they would hear what I'm saying, and obviously the people at home would hear it simultaneously. Now, I was up at the high school this afternoon, for example, speaking to some music teachers, and they have the cameras, I suppose, because they were doing synchronous learning with their orchestras. It was 2 teachers, fantastic. They said it's working well. They had their orchestra live they were home, but it was live. And they were discussing with me how they would offer orchestra lessons to the kids home. And also, obviously, they're playing here in person, and they're working out the kinks. And, that's what's going to happen over the next few weeks. It's not perfect. No, obviously, if I got up right now and I walked around and I was helping across the room, I'm no longer in the frame. So the teacher may actually be going and leaving and helping someone else out. So the student at home may not actually see the teacher all the time. So obviously, I don't want teachers to sit at a desk, for 40 minutes in front of a computer. So there will be getting up, there will be movement. But I'm hoping that as we get better at this, that they'll be able to deliver instruction clearly to the kids at home, maybe on a board, maybe on a smart board, and the kids in person will be getting it as well. Now, I should also tell you that there will be times that we call it asynchronous learning. So, for instance, the teacher may have a PowerPoint or a video, and they may put the video up so the kids at home are seeing the PowerPoint and the video, and they're going through a canned lesson, if you will. And that might be considered asynchronous learning. Okay. And really, we do asynchronous learning even in person. What that is sometimes as a teacher, again, a math teacher, for example, you might say to the kids at your desk, work on these 5 questions independently. Well, that independent work theoretically is asynchronous. So when you're at home, you may be asked, okay, work on these 5 questions independently, and the teacher may turn off the computer. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe they will keep it on the whole time. But that would be considered asynchronous learning.
Mr. Lochner, and thank you so much for that explanation. I know that you've gone over this a half a dozen times.
I have no problem. I have no problem doing it again, because it's something that's completely new to
Yep.
all of us. And it's the teaching part that's obviously, teachers are going to have to get used to managing, two areas at the same time. And I don't pretend to say that that's an easy thing, but I think like I said, I have the utmost confidence in our teachers that they will get to a point where they're comfortable. Now, it is a good point. I'm going to, talk about it, that obviously there is a responsibility from the students at home.
Yep.
And that's a very important component in this, because it's a new world for them at home. And there's actually, some responsibility that students have to take into account. We have to, obviously insist that students understand this as well. It is your responsibility, when we have all of the equipment out, to log in. That we are taking attendance, we're taking daily attendance. So we do need to see you as a student. If it's your English period, it's period 3, you have an English class, you need to sign in, and you need to show the teacher that you are in attendance, and you need to submit work. The teachers are obviously going over exactly how to submit work, take tests, all of that stuff they're working out with their remote students as well as the hybrid students. And parents have to understand that as well, that there is an expectation too. There's also an expectation that no lessons should be taped by students at home unless the teacher says, tape this for whatever reason. But we are under the impression, and we're actually, this is going to be one of the policies that the Board of Education is going to pass, that students at home should not be recording. They also should be acting appropriately, just as if they were in a classroom. And what do I mean by that? Well, first, I mean they should be dressed appropriate. Okay, if you're in your pajamas, obviously that's not something that we would allow you to do in school. We do expect you to get up in the morning, do whatever you do before, have your breakfast, but then begin your day dressed appropriately for school. We do expect the behavior the same as if you are in school. You have respect for one another, obviously students, and I have, nobody's better than Brentwood kids, but I still want to spell it out. You have to treat each of your classmates, whether you're remote or whether you're in person, with kindness and respect, as well as to your teacher. You speak to them appropriately, you address them appropriately, you use their name, their full name, and it's an interaction just as if you were in person. There's no curse words, obviously, that's completely inappropriate. There's no, there's no, uploading something that is inappropriate, that might be offensive. Will have to say that has happened across the country. Obviously, kids, sometimes, stretch the limits. They always want to test the limits. If that happens, we will obviously treat that as a disciplinary, matter, just like if you were in person. If you're doing it online, you have to, both situations require, to behave properly. So if you do something that's inappropriate, obviously we're going to have to, take that as a disciplinary matter and, do whatever we think is appropriate. My point here is we need to respect one another, whether we're in person or we're remote. And that's really it. I have the utmost confidence that our kids will do that, but I think it's good if everybody's listening right now, we're all on the same page and we're all starting from the same spot.
Yeah, Mr. Lotion, thank you for that. And you've made a couple of really good points that this board and administration have discussed multiple times. And that is first, having patience with our staff. The teachers are there, to teach, and they are going to, and sometimes, we'll have a glitch where maybe the devices that they need right now aren't currently in front of them. This was when we were making our pleas earlier, this month and late August, for the community to please have patience with us, with the district, with the staff, because we are sailing in uncharted territory. For the most part, everyone is trying to do their best to get that a solid education for the kids in the community. So the parents in our community, this is a partnership. We can't do it without your assistance. I mean, all kids are one way or another home more than they usually are during the school day, even if they are not fully remote learners, you know, because of the hybrid model that we have in the district. Your kids are now home half of the time that they were last year. So we're making, you know, we're making a plea to each one of the parents, everybody that's out there, to please stress to their own children that, you know, to follow the proper etiquette, you know, that Mr. Lochner has outlined. I mean, we'll have additional information on that as the weeks come. But this is a partnership. You know, it doesn't matter what the district tries to do. If the community is not cooperating and the parents and the households are not giving or putting their best foot forward, it won't succeed. You know, it won't succeed, and that's too bad, because I also believe, like Mr. Lochner, and I believe that, you know, everybody on this board does, that this model can work. It has to work because of the crisis that we're in. But to the point that we were trying to make a little earlier, the concern, Mr. Lochner, is that there were specific complaints made to board members that certain teachers, certain administrators were sending mixed messages, or if not the wrong message, to parents in terms of what the expectation was. And to that point, I would like to reiterate what Mr. Lochner said. If are any problems at all, you know, parents always have the option of sending Mr. Lochner an email. District Clerk, can you put up your email address, please, if that's possible? We can't see it. It has to be closer, closer, closer. It's all white. Oh, okay.
It looks blank. Okay.
Okay, if you could move it over just a
Move
little
it
bit.
to your
Okay.
right.
Yep. So this is another district address, email address for the district clerk. It's Khoey, KHOEY @bufsd.org. You know, you could always send an email to the district clerk. She will forward those emails to the entire Board of Education, and we will advocate for you, as will Superintendent Lochner, to make sure that any issues that might come up with the interactions that you know that you might feel slighted on as a community member, to resolve them. You know, and we understand that this is going to be a process, a learning curve for everyone, but we truly believe that this is something that can work. It may take, you know, it may take more than next week, quite honestly, to get this pinned down. The fact is, you know, we had a conversation earlier, and that also included in terms of, you know, when these devices were going to be made available for the entire district. You know, we did say, Ms. Lochner, I mean, in terms of the cameras, in terms of the microphones for the teaching staff, you were very specific in terms of what your goal was for next week. Can you go over when we're expecting to have the teachers fully set up?
Yeah, the camera microphones, we have probably about 800 in right now. And we're trying to get to about 1,100. So we're going to get another shipment in next week. Every camera, when I say camera, it's camera and microphone. And I have to say too, I want you to know that it's actually a really nice camera microphone setup. You know, it really has a great image on it, and the volume is terrific. So it's a nice piece of equipment. However, each one does need some, you know, we have to, oh my gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Format it?
Firmware update, firmware.
Yeah, hardware update, format, that's from the 70s. So yeah, we have to format or update the equipment. And that takes, obviously, that takes a while. As a matter of fact, Miss O'Connor, I think she upgraded, or she formatted 20 cameras today herself. So everybody's kind of pitching in to format this equipment as quickly as possible and send it out to the buildings. So I really expect by midweek that we are all the way down to the middle schools midweek of next week, that is. And then after that, we'll work our way down to the elementary schools. Now, at this point, though, even if a teacher doesn't have the equipment, and I know this is going on, they're already communicating with their kids via Teams and Parent Square, which if I could spend a moment on Parent Square, if I could, Mr. Feliciano.
Sure. Can we go back to that? So because
Okay.
you're making some really good points, Mr. Lochner, and you were going to finish. Even if they don't have the cameras, they're what? They're
Yeah,
still
even if they,
communicating.
yeah, sure. No, and I know that's going on. I was in some classrooms today and yesterday, and that the teacher, they will still be on Microsoft Teams. They should still be uploading work for their students. And obviously, the students are still required to do the work and submit it in a timely fashion, whatever the teacher asks. And they're also communicating via Parent Square with their students and parents. So I know that's going on a great deal in the districts. Excuse me for a second.
So, Mr. Lochner, if I could just squeeze in a question, and maybe we could make a commitment. So can we set aside, all of next week to get the entire district, all buildings set up so that we can say that by September 29th, which is the day after Yom Kippur, that the district will be fully engaging at the classroom level and at the teacher level with the cameras and the microphones. Is that safe to say, Mr. Lochner?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to say towards the middle of that week. That's I think the 29th is the Monday.
The week of the
so-
28th, the week of the 28th. Monday is the Yom Kippur.
Right. So, and then 29th is the Tuesday. So I would say
Yes.
that Tuesday, Wednesday, the IT department, they were here late last night, in the high school installing that equipment, and they'll continue to do that. But I'm confident to say that yes, it will happen then, but if it doesn't, it would be just another day or two.
Okay, Mr. Lochner, I know that you said this, but I'd like to reiterate this because the concern is, okay, so we have the teachers that are set up, but what about any students that still may not have the devices that they need in order to be able to interact synchronously? I know that we have devices in the district. Mr. Lochner, can you just expand on that?
Yeah, we do have a few more thousand, laptops in the district. As I said, that we're going to start at the secondary level and work our way down. However, like I said, I get emails every day, and I know Miss Hoey does, and she forwards them to me. If there is someone on the elementary level that obviously has no laptop, no computer, or a cell phone, which does happen, obviously, then certainly contact me, contact your building, and we will put a rush on that and get you a laptop right away. We'll jump you up to the top. But we're trying to do this in an organized fashion because we don't have all of our laptops in at this point. But as I said, we will have them in by like the second week of October, and everyone should be able to, at that point, have the same laptop. But we are asking families that are comfortable, they have one, two, and they have the equipment to allow us to give it to people who need it.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lochner. And you wanted to just say a little something about Parent Square, Mr. Lochner?
Yeah, Parent Square, I think it's been terrific for the most part, that there is a great deal of communication going on between parents and students. I'm sorry, parents and teachers, and teachers and students. However, there is, it's that old adage that, it's all about the data that is put in. You have to rely on people giving us the correct phone number. So I'm going to say this, that if you're having difficulty with Parent Square, and there are many parents out there who are calling our IT hotline, which, by the way, the IT hotline has been fantastic. They're helping. I do apologize if you're waiting a long time, but we are literally having dozens and dozens and hundreds of people calling in every day. And hopefully, if they're listening right now, you might understand why you're having a problem. Our Parent Square is relying on the correct information that we have from parents. So very frequently, parents have changed their cell phone number, and we have the incorrect cell phone number or home number in our system. So what's happening is when the teacher sends out their notice, it's going to an invalid phone number. The same thing with an email address. People change email addresses, or they might have written it incorrectly. So I'm asking every parent who's out there listening right now, if you're having trouble with Parent Square, check that first. We may have your wrong phone number, and we may have an incorrect email address. And if that's the case, please call your son or daughter's front office. You don't have to call the IT department. Call the front office and make sure, just ask the secretary there, can you take a look at my registration card? And we might have the wrong phone number and the wrong email address, and let's get it correct. And then we'll be up and running after that. That really is about 75–80% of the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. I'm just going to go down the list again. We're going to skip over number 3, number 4. The question reads, I personally know of a minimum of 5 teachers in Brentwood School District who were either out of state or out of the country less than 14 days ago. Is there mandatory testing for teachers against the coronavirus? Have they informed the school and quarantined themselves for 14 days prior to teaching?
Yeah, we are aware of staff members who have left the state, and they've traveled to some of the states where when they return, they have to be quarantined. Every staff member, before they enter the building, they have to fill out, actually they use Parent Square, there is a survey. And on the survey, it's much like those questions that, I'm sure everybody's been to a doctor at this point. When you go into a doctor, they ask you several questions regarding the coronavirus, whether you've traveled out of state, whether you live with someone who might have the virus, have the virus yourself, do you have any symptoms? So we have similar questions that are being asked of our staff members. Some of them have answered correct, have answered yes, and they are quarantined. So we are dealing with that much like any other organization. Once we find out that they have traveled out of state, they are quarantined.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. So I would like to ask Assistant Superintendent O'Connor the next couple of questions. They do pertain to the budget. So the next question is, did the government pay Brentwood for our 20% for the June and July months? I guess, did the state aid come in for June and July? Ms. O'Connor?
We do get minor amounts of state aid in over the summer. So yes, we did get the state aid in. However, it was reduced by the 20%, those summer payments. I guess it was late last night, there was an announcement that our September payment will not be cut by the 20% for now. So we do, and we get significantly more money in September than we got over the summer. So we do expect our full payment in September. And what the state is saying that they're going to do now is revisit this, I should say, in November to see if there'll be, further cuts, if we'll continue at that point to get a 20% reduction. There's also talk about possibly, rather than doing a 20% reduction in state aid across the board, meaning every school district in the state is cut by 20%, they're going to consider the needs of the district. As we've discussed before, a 20% cut in state aid in a district such as Brentwood, a high needs school district, where we're so dependent on state aid, is devastating to us. Where if you go to a more wealthy school district that doesn't depend on state aid and they get most of their revenue through property taxes, if you cut their state aid by 20%, it may not have much of an effect on them. So I believe the state is looking into that to see moving forward if there are going to be further reductions as they discuss in November or through November. They'll see just how they'll do those reductions, and we're not expecting at this point it to be a 20% reduction for all school districts in the state. But as for the summer payments, no, it's been funded at 80%, not 20%.
Ms. O'Connor, so you've just made some statements that again, I know that we've gone over a couple of times, and I just want to put it again in perspective because tonight the board was, it was a difficult vote. It wasn't something anybody wanted to do, but there were positions that were abolished tonight. So in order to put this into perspective, I was wondering, can you confirm the numbers that I have? So the way the 20% cut from New York State Department of Education or New York State is, so 20% could be calculated two different ways. It could be 20% of the foundation aid, which I have heard would equal $40 million. Is that correct?
We get $212 million in foundation aid, so a 20% cut would be 42 million.
Okay, so it would be at least $42 million. And 20% of a different calculation, that is for full state aid to the district. I have that as roughly $58 million.
That's correct. We get over 250 million in total state aid. So a 20% reduction there is over $50 million.
Okay, so is it fair to say, from our perspective, from the district's perspective, when you have the New York State telling the Brentwood School District that it's going to cut 20% of its funding, is it fair to say that it could be between $42 million and $58 million annually? That means this year, that is what the potential cut could be.
That is the impression we were operating under, yes, that it was going to be within that range.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we are hearing from the governor and from New York State officials saying that they are probably not going to cut the full 20% from high need school districts, and that it may be based on need. And that's great news, right? That is absolutely what we've been advocating for. That is absolutely what we love to hear. But let's just take this scenario a step further. If the New York State said, hey, all districts except the high needs districts are going to get 20% cut, but those high needs districts are going to get a 10% cut, right? Let's just say that was the good news. That means that based on my calculations, a 10% cut based on foundation aid would be $21 million. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It would be half of the 42, sure.
Okay. And if it was 10% of $58 million, right, it would be half of the 20%, which is $58 million. We would only have to find $29 million. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it's simple math. All right, so that's good news scenario number one. Now let's go to extremely good news. And that is, instead of 10%, they're only going to cut us 5%, right? And everybody else in the state is going to get 20% cut. So based on my calculations, 5% of foundation aid is $10 million or $10.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so now let's go to the other scenario, which is the full aid from New York State. And that is 5% of the $58 million I have listed here as $14.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, so in the best case scenario, because here's what is this a fair statement to make, Ms. O'Connor? And that is that high needs districts are going to get cut something this year. We just don't know what it is.
Wait,
that
Ms.
fair?
O'Connor, can I just weigh in? Let me weigh in because I'm always uncomfortable. I should be answering all of these questions.
Well, I'm just trying to do the math real quick.
Oh, and no one does. I do math very well, believe me.
Okay,
I
so
can
is
do
that
these
a
numbers
fair
also.
statement? Is that, I could ask you both. I mean, is that a fair statement in terms of, look,
Yeah, sure.
we are expecting a cut.
Yeah, no, there is in all likelihood, and as Ms. O'Connor said, we've already experienced a 20% cut in smaller, numbers over the summertime in July and August. So yes, we do expect some type of cut. However, I am encouraged. I mean, right up to today, we did expect 20% cut. We actually get a $30 million deposit in September. And we did expect a 20% cut, which would have translated to $6 million. So that's, fantastic news. And I'm really glad that that's the case for the Brentwood community, that they're not cutting state aid at all. And as Ms. O'Connor said, they're going to revisit this in November. I'm always an optimist, honestly, Mr. Feliciano. I really do believe that that we're going to. I'm hoping that the federal government, obviously, there is some contention right now around the election, and there's some gamesmanship quite possibly taking place. But I'm always hopeful that the federal government, if that's what the state needs, will be giving some monies to New York. We do have it, again, we talk to the governor's office quite frequently. We have, Phil Ramos, Monica Martinez, I talk to them quite frequently. We do hope that if the federal government bails out New York State, they push that down to the schools. So I'm extremely hopeful.
Mr. Losha, and I also consider myself an optimist. I absolutely do. But here's something else that I'm also a realist. And this is what the problem is, Mr. Lochner. And this is not, and it's not just to you, Mr. Lochner, because this is what the frustration is that this community has been promised, made promises over and over and over again. Mr. Lochner, do you remember the $13 million?
Away.
Excuse me, Ms. Safiri, can I finish for a minute? Can I finish for a minute? So, Mr. Lochner, do you remember the $13 million that was promised to revamp the recreation center in the town of Islip here in Brentwood? You remember that?
Yes, very well. Yes.
You remember that? Okay. Can you tell me whatever happened to the $13 million and that recreation center that we were supposed to have, probably up and running by now? We have, from a taxpayer and from a community's perspective, that was an empty promise, because that never happened. And this is what the problem is that, listen, I'm an optimist, and I love to have hope. It's what drives me. It's what it is that fuels me. Absolutely, the hope, right? But as a trustee, we can't risk bankrupting this district. We can't risk playing.
Robert, can I interrupt? We are far. I'm sorry. I try not to be rude, but we are far from bankrupt.
Please explain.
Okay, we are just. I just don't want you to really paint this narrative the way you're doing it. Yes, it's reality. Some of it is reality. I understand. Okay. But I think that we also, as trustees, have to weigh and balance not just the financial aspects, but the needs of the students as well. Okay. It's unfortunate whatever happened with the recreation center and other monies that were promised, but we do have people that are working for us. We do have some hope. We do have some ability to recoup, and we are not bankrupt. We are not in a very, very bad financial situation, in spite of being a low wealth district, in spite of being a high needs district. I give so much credit to Mr. Lochner, Ms. O'Connor, and all the other administrators who have worked so hard, all right, at adjusting our budget so that we do come in at a place where we can provide adequate services and still come in at a reasonable financial number, okay? And I really, I'm glad I have this opportunity to say it publicly, that they have gone above and beyond. Unfortunately, yes, there have been some cuts made, and that's a decision that was made even here tonight, okay? But I don't want to continue down this trajectory until we get some real numbers, okay?
We can't take any more away from these students.
Well, and this is the thing. So we're hearing that the cuts are not going to be in September. Our political representatives are working towards that goal. And if the federal government doesn't come through, there are other things that they're working on, okay? Right. In his letter, Assemblyman Ramos mentioned the billionaire's tax. Okay, there are other things down the pike. They are looking out for us, okay? I don't think that any one of them, Monica Martinez or Phil or anybody else in this community, wants to take away from our children. I really don't. And I know that they're going to go 100% to try and get us what we need. And yes, we have seen that in the past. I think it's so unfair that you paint our representatives in such a negative manner, because they have come through for us, Mr. Feliciano. And yes, I am addressing it to you right now. Okay, they have come through for us. How dare you sit there and say that they are empty promises? I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and take that. I'm sorry. We need to paint a realistic picture for the community, not just a one-sided picture. So I please urge you and anybody else, when we speak, I'm sorry that I'm raising my voice, but we need to be honest and we need to be respectful, and we need to remember that we are not in this alone. There are other people in it with us. The community members and our representatives, okay? And we need to work together, not against one another.
Ms.
And right
Burgos,
now, I don't agree with everything that you're saying. The numbers are the numbers. However, the outlook, okay, as to whether we're going to get the help or not, I totally disagree with.
Ms. Burgos, you're absolutely right. Our local representatives have done a wonderful job. And if you read me correctly, this was $13 million that our governor promised our community.
Okay,
That's
but
where
that
it
has
came
nothing to
from.
do with the school district,
But
Robert.
what I'm
I
saying,
know the point you're trying to make. You're trying to say like we can't depend on that. I'm not depending totally on our governor. What I just mentioned was not the governor. I mentioned Assemblyman Ramos. I mentioned Senator Martinez. They are not the governor. They work with the governor, but they are not the governor.
Absolutely.
I have other reasons, trust me, that I could speak to you about the governor, but this is not the place.
Yeah.
Okay, right now we're only dealing with the school.
We're absolutely
I
in
think that the real
agreement.
casualty, if I may, I think the real casualty here and the focus needs to always be the students. They're the ones that are losing out.
And
on a
it clearly
consistent basis.
isn't with certain people on this board.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Excuse
It
me,
clearly
Senator.
isn't.
I think that that's the issue. And I think most of us can agree that if we were going to make these changes, we should have did it in a good time frame. You know, we should have made these adjustments in July. We knew that whatever was plaguing the district is not any different than what was plaguing us in July. So we took a gamble with people's lives, AKA our teachers, and we're playing a dangerous game with them. They have families to provide for, and it doesn't sit well with me that we've done this to them. And you know, and then, well, maybe, you know, we'll call you back. I mean, that doesn't work. And we all work. We all have jobs. Some of us have retired, but when you were in the working field, would this scenario sit well with you? I mean, I mean, that's where I take a lot of issue, that we should have made these hard decisions when we had time to give ample notice to our employees to make a plan B, and we didn't do that. That is a bad on us as a district board.
Miss Felix, Trustee Felix, if I can address that. So we did discuss this early on in the year. We've discussed this for many, many months. And the reason why we did not do this in July was we were hoping, as Mr. Lotion has said, we were all hoping that none of this came to fruition. But when the state started to make the 20% cut in the checks that we were getting, then we found out that that 20% was a reality. So we didn't make the cuts in July because we were hoping that it was not going to happen. Now that we did experience the 20% cuts, we now see that it's our fiduciary responsibility to act responsibly. And that's all this is about.
But we need teachers
It's happened,
to teach
you know,
our
we're
children.
comparing apples and oranges. We knew we were in this situation. Now we're going to say we were hoping. You're not hoping that it's going to get better.
Could I just weigh in, guys? Could I just say a few things here, if I can? To be honest with you, you know, we really have, and honestly, I wish the Board of Education really celebrated lots of things that we've actually accomplished up to this point.
Thank you.
You know, we actually did know that this was a you know, potential a long time ago, and we've taken a great many steps. I'm extremely proud of our cabinet, and the Board of Education has been a part of this. That you know, we had 71 of our employees, and that's just the teachers, and we've also had several administrators retire also. And we've done a combining of positions. We haven't filled positions in anticipation of these cuts. So really, up to this point, we've done a tremendous job in saving money. You know, I take it very personally, and I know Ms. O'Connor will attest to this, that I've really, you know, done, you know, the best to safeguard the money for this Brentwood community. So we are preparing for this. We have saved well over $10 million in anticipation of the cuts. And was only the beginning. We've actually started a couple of years ago, consolidating many positions, and as well as being very circumspect when someone retires or resigns, being very careful about filling that position. You know, I have to say that you know, Ms. Palmer on the elementary division has done a tremendous job in looking through, you know, the staffing down there, and has been very careful about, you know, how to assign staff members, as well as Dr. Akil and Ms. Ortiz. You know, they've really taken it very seriously as the cabinet to safeguard, you know, the district's money, the community's money, as well as giving the best service possible to our kids. Because remember, we do have an extremely large district. We have, you know, almost 19,000 students, and we have over 8,000 second language learners that require quite a bit of, you know, interventions. And I'm very proud of the interventions that this community gives to that group of students. And we also have a special education, you know, a large special education population that I think we do an exceptional job to. And I don't want to, and I know the Board of Education certainly doesn't want to diminish those services, because I think that's what, you know, we're known for, how well we treat our kids and how well.
But we already did by getting rid of TOSAs.
But I know, but up to that point, I think you know, I think the board should take you know, they should say that they've really done a tremendous job in safeguarding the money up to this point.
And Mr.
so does the
Lochner,
cabinet.
We're still here
No,
to
I'm sorry,
educate
but
these children.
We've safeguarded the money, but Mr. Lochner, please be honest.
Really?
Okay, we have gone against your recommendations as a board many, many times, and you are the educator in chief in this district. Okay, so I understand our financial responsibility, but we also have a responsibility, our major responsibility, which is to educate. So
That's
please,
absolutely right.
please be honest, and I'm not speaking against anyone in particular, but we have not honored all of your recommendations as the educator in chief, and we have insisted that you make cuts where they did not make sense and where they are actually not helping children and actually being hurtful to children. Please, please say that.
At some point, we can address all of this when we know we've got the money. That's what my point.
No, I'm sorry, no.
Why can't we? Why can't we?
But even if the state came in, they're not gonna tell all our teachers to go home. We need teachers.
You know, Paula, the problem is that right now we are cutting more than what we need to. So I know that it's in anticipation of possibly losing more, but we can always remedy that situation when and if the situation arises. We have no guarantee that we're going to be cut 20%. In fact, what we heard tonight was quite the opposite. Okay, we may be cut some, but it's most likely not going to be 20% because there will be some consideration for low wealth districts, and there are other avenues of income that are being considered. So I don't think that we're acting fairly. I think we're cutting with that worst case scenario, and we're not really considering the needs of the children. I wish we would do more of that and less of the worrying about the finances.
Yeah, Ms. Burgos, and I appreciate everybody's perspective, and I understand that this is a very tense moment for the board. But let's play out a different scenario in which, let's just say that we did get, you know, the cuts that are even, you know, 10%.
But Robert, why do you keep going there?
Because let's just play this out. You know, here's what's going to happen.
Let's play out if we don't.
If we don't find the money to make the cuts, and we are not prepared, what's going to happen is we're going to have to go probably to full remote across the district. And then what happens is that we're going to have to lay off TAs, monitors, custodians,
Why do you
security.
keep saying we're going to have to go full remote?
Because that was.
If we didn't have a pandemic, remote would have never been brought up.
But we do have a pandemic, Trustee
And the
Safiri.
hospitals are empty. There are no cases in almost any hospital in Suffolk County.
So you don't believe that we have a pandemic?
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not saying
And
we
that's-
don't.
And
but
that
I
is,
don't
and
think
that's,
it's going to get worse.
and that's where we have to
Sorry.
disagree. That's where we have to
You're
disagree.
right.
So,
That's
so
why you're right.
if we have
right.
to, if we had to close a gap
You
that
keep
drastic.
saying that though. Even the letter you wrote to the community, you're
What's that?
pushing to the remote.
Well, no.
That is not
Here,
good for our children. I'm sorry.
and I understand that.
No,
but if-
no, you don't understand.
Trustee Safiri, did you read the white paper plan that the Superintendent Lochner gave to each and every one of us as trustees?
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Probably because you told him to do it.
No, I asked him for a white paper plan. Did you
Yeah,
read that?
and you probably gave him a directive to do it.
Did you read that?
Can you answer her question?
Okay,
Really?
so the question is, did you read it? I read it. And
No.
basically what, in the worst case scenario, is that we may have to go full remote in order to close a budget gap that big. And what that means for our community is, again, laying off TAs, laying off
And you don't even
monitors.
ask the community if that's what they want.
But here's the thing about it is
When I
that we
went to
will have
school,
to,
we went on austerity. I think you remember that too, because you went to
But
Brentwood,
Deborah,
where we took away buses.
we've
Where
never,
you make
we've
the
never,
Buses. Listen, you don't take away school from kids. They've been out of
but you know
school
what,
long enough.
part of the plan is eliminating transportation, which costs over $20 million.
You know, that's a worst case scenario. Like,
Really?
can I just suggest that we like maybe end this conversation? We are where we are right now. And I think we just need to take this, you know, steps at a time as they come. We've already put in this operational plan to plan for the worst. So I think in that regard, as far as everything that you're saying, Robert, we're at the best possible place right now. So we
So
don't
there-
really need to take additional steps at this moment, but we will keep an eye on the situation.
Exactly.
So what I would like to do is I would like to ask our counsel, Mr. Block, if he could just shed some light in terms of what the Board of Education was able to do in terms of softening the approach that we took tonight on D1A. When it comes to items 11 through 25, why is it that these same teachers show up twice on the HR report? Is there anything that you could expand on that, Mr. Block?
So you have teachers who have been on special assignment who are being returned to the tenure area, to the classrooms. As a result of that, you have teachers, because the legal nature of it, are in essence being bumped, at least senior teachers in that tenure area, to make room for the teachers who are coming back into the classroom. So those teachers will all go on what's called a preferred eligible list. It's under the law, where they are entitled to be returned to a similar and corresponding position for which they are qualified, which may arise in the school district. So they all have the legal protections of going on this list. You're on this list for a total of 7 years, and I think that the board, you know, hopes and expects that a number of these teachers would be called off that list, you know, as the need arises. For those who would not be being called off the list right away, potentially, or maybe later, the board adopted a resolution where they would continue to be employed in a substitute capacity. Again, I know the board all has the best intentions in mind with respect to these folks, to make sure that they continue at least to receive a paycheck from the school district and have an employment opportunity. And it's my understanding that's why, you know, the board adopted the supplemental resolution, providing those folks the opportunity to continue to be employed by Brentwood, at least in a full-time capacity, albeit in a substitute capacity, until they potentially could be returned in a more permanent position.
Thank you, Mr. Block. And you know what? And that was done because we do care about the people that are employed in this district. And you know, and this is something so terrible nobody ever wants to do. But ultimately, you know, this was a decision that the majority of the board had to make. This was something that was brought forth many, many times. And we are trying to represent the best needs of the community always. We are trying to represent the taxpayers who live in this community. And at the end of the day, you know, I want to just remind the community that, you know, there isn't another school district, I want to say, in New York State, or very few, maybe one or two, that have fought as hard as Brentwood for equity and representation at the New York State level. You know, this is the board that did file a claim in the federal courts against New York State for.
And we paid for it, though. We paid for somebody to fight for us.
Well, absolutely, but
it still cost us money, and we didn't get money.
But the Board of Education did what it had to do by
what
filing.
you're saying, but I
Yeah,
understand
absolutely.
that.
So you have to start somewhere, and these were very bold steps. very bold steps. And I want to say that, to that point, this Board of Education is incredibly progressive. We have fought for this community to get every penny that it's owed. And it's unfortunate because it hasn't happened. But I'm going to just put this out there, and I'm going to just put it out on behalf of the entire board, or maybe just the board majority. Why shouldn't we be
Just the
working
board
with our-
majority? I'm
Well,
sorry.
Exactly. That's
Sorry,
exactly
like,
what it
I don't
is.
know what you're
What I'm
referring.
saying is the board
Why would you
majority,
speak to just a few people? I don't
because
understand.
I'm saying it would be the board majority that would allow for something like this to happen. So what I'm going to propose is, why not come
Sorry,
together?
Robert,
and-
it was a unanimous decision by this board to move forward with those legal matters. So I
Yes.
take you with saying a board majority. It was a
No.
unanimous vote.
And what I'm saying is a board majority that would allow for
Can
the
we just
next
move
thing that
on?
I'm going to propose. So what I'm proposing now is that maybe this board consider, right, us coming together, working with our local officials, and let's do a march on Albany. Let's
All right,
take it to the
Robert, before
governor.
we go there and
Let's
go
take it
into
to the,
these
let's take it
like
to the
ethereal
governor
things.
so that he can see that we exist, that we are here. We can do it under the leadership of our local Senator Monica Martinez and Assemblyman Phil Ramos. Let's pack the buses. Let's go take a march to Albany. Let's them lead the way, have them lead the way so that the governor knows that we are hurting. That is what I'm saying. So if there is a majority that would love to approve something like that, that is what I'm proposing right now.
Right,
Is there-
I don't disagree with you, Robert. I think it's something
Okay,
we
I'm
should work
sorry,
towards
Julie. I'm
in
sorry, Julie,
consultation
because
with.
many moons ago, I had suggested that we host an open house to bring all these politicians into our district, and it fell on deaf ears way before we initiated this lawsuit. So now it's progressive with this board majority to go to Albany when we can open our doors and say, look at what's happening in Brentwood. Let them walk in our halls. Let them sit in our children's seats. So
And we
what,
did that.
go to Albany and
Thank
we-
you.
Yeah, they
And-
forget about us the
Thank you.
next day.
And we did.
Come in and
Trustee
do it.
Felix,
And see,
Trust-
well,
Can we go back,
excuse me, I'm
guys?
not done yet. I allow a lot of meetings to sit quiet and idle and let you dominate the meetings. Now I'm speaking. Excuse me for a minute, sir. And I've suggested this many of times. And back then the board wanted no parts of it. But now, because it's at your suggestion that we go out and rally, we're all supposed to get up and go. What happened when that was 3-4 years ago? I don't like this self-promotion crap, and it really is ticking me off. Let's get back to basics. Let's worry about these kids. Let's worry about the issue at hand, what we did tonight, which wasn't even the superintendent's recommendation. Did you want to get rid of these teachers? Rich, can you answer that, please? Did you recommend this?
Obviously, I would.
I want to know, were
prefer
all
to get
these
rid of
recommendations to get rid of everybody all by the superintendent? Were all these cuts made by you, Rich?
Listen, they were cut. It doesn't.
They
it
weren't,
doesn't-
and we know it.
It doesn't, pay right now to go through this. It really doesn't.
To the point that Trustee Felix just made, and I'm sorry that you don't remember this, but we did have a rally in the school district, Trustee Felix. Assemblyman Ramos.
That's what I don't
Everything
remember.
is we
I
did.
remember-
And let me
Please
just
don't insult my
so
Don't insult my
Assemblyman Ramos came to the high school with Senator Jackson, Robert Jackson, and we did bring this to the high school. We did this 3-4 years ago. And
He
that was
spoke to
part of,
students.
and that was part of the efforts that we were trying to bring, shed light to this thing. We invited the media. Assemblyman Ramos was there. He was there with Senator Jackson. We did this in the high school already 3 or 4
No
years ago.
disrespect to Senator
He spoke
Jackson
to
or Assemblyman
students.
Ramos, but we needed to push it out in a bigger scale, not be impulsive and not really plan these things out. That was my point.
It
We
was
could've
not impulsive. It was very well
We had a
planned.
far reach with it. We could have really had a far reach with it. We could have gotten more people in. And that's my point. That sometimes we're trying to like rush through things just to get some notoriety as a board, that we're not fully planning things and looking and seeing the forest through the trees. That's
Trustee
my
Felix,
problem.
Yeah,
Can
no,
I-
it was very well, it was,
Or can I speak?
sure.
Well, since 2013, every year, Stacy, at that time, it was Joe Bond, myself, and other board members have gone to Albany. At that time, every year, Phil Ramos used to call all of his caucus in, and we opened our books to show them what the issues that Brentwood has. Every year, 1 year, maybe 2 years, we didn't do it. But then the other year, we also had a rally in Mineola where we got together with all of the other school, property poor school districts. That was even in the newspaper. So we could go back and forth with this. If we've got to take a bus and do what we have to do, let's just do it and not argue about, well, it's your idea or someone else's idea. Let's just.
It has nothing to do with that, Paula. That's the small-mindedness that I'm speaking about. It has nothing to do about whose idea it was. That was not my point. My point was that we need to think bigger when we're executing plans. We're spending all these thousands of dollars on this lawsuit. And yes, I agreed it was unanimous. But what I'm saying is it going to bear fruit with the thousands of dollars since we're in a budget crunch and we're
Exactly.
teachers? Is it worth that money right now? That's my point.
Where are we with that lawsuit?
Okay,
Neil,
can we, okay, go ahead. After this, we haven't finished answering the questions. Robert skipped over one before, so I think that respectfully for the community, if they sent the
Yeah,
question.
I actually have one that was sent and I need to.
And, Robert answered other ones that he had, but we didn't answer all the ones that the community sent in.
Julie, let me just do this one. Please.
Go ahead.
If I find, oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Okay, do yours. I can't find it now.
Well, it's not mine. It's the questions that were sent in. Robert, do you want to?
Yeah, no, I have it right here. Sorry. I've sent messages through Parent Square to both principal and assistant at North Middle. They state they want kids to bring cell phones in so they can use them in class. Problem is my daughter doesn't have data. Are they going to give Wi-Fi access to these kids? Otherwise, she can't use phone in school. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. Actually, no, we're not going to give Wi-Fi access in the school district. So we're gonna have
Only
to
because we did tell the parents to let the kids use their phones.
No, I understand. I
Is that a
understand.
directive? Instead
That's
of-
why.
We're gonna have to do a workaround on that, Ms. Safiri.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
we're
I'll
not
get-
in
I'll
a
get
position
the-
to give Wi-Fi
yep.
access to the students.
So Robert, what there are other questions? I know there were, because you skipped over one. and there's at least one other.
the only other question there were two other questions, and I believe that Ms. O'Connor answered it, and that was number 6. Is Brentwood receiving 20% from the government on August and September? I believe that was already answered. And the last question that I have that's highlighted in red that Ms.
No, there's one before that, number 3 that you skipped over. I know we're looking at the same list about wanting to know the amount of money that's been spent on lawsuits.
Yeah, I just did. The reason why I didn't ask that is because I didn't think that we would have an answer now, but I could read it and I could ask.
But you should ask it because somebody sent it.
Sure. So on average or thereabouts, how much money does it cost the Brentwood School District to defend itself against all of those frivolous lawsuits that have been brought about in the past few years? So does anybody have an answer to that? Okay, so I mean, what we can do is at the next meeting, we could probably get an estimate on that. So that would be it. So that's the one
That's been
question.
asked before, I'm sure. So.
Yeah, and then number 6 was is Brentwood receiving 20% from the government in August, September? I believe Ms. O'Connor wrote that. And number 7 is highlighted in red, and that is with teachers being laid off. Why is the union president not in the classroom like other districts? Why does the board approve this? Mr. Loshner, can you answer that, or Mr. Block, if you can answer that?
I mean, I can answer that. Number one, he is in the classroom. He is assigned a class in the morning for a few classes. He is there, but then there are some contractual, obligations that we have to meet that allows him to be outside the classroom after that.
Is this something that the board approves, Mr. Loshner?
Well, I mean, this is, like I said, this is contractual language that goes back many, many years. They do not approve, you don't approve this like on a yearly basis.
Absolutely. And I guess that's the one thing that I did want to reiterate. This is not something that is board approved. This is something that it's a contractual obligation.
Right.
And has existed for decades. And This is not something that we can just unilaterally change.
Right,
This is
right. And I should say that there are, I would say, most union presidents probably have the same schedule as our union president, and obviously we have the largest union on Long Island. And I know there's much smaller unions that have very similar situations with their president as well.
Okay. That was the last question that I had. Does anybody have any other questions?
Ms. Tully, did we miss any? Because I know that there was some comments before about other questions coming in. I don't know if you
The
sent
only
an
email that
update.
was sent out was about the community being able to ask questions during the meeting. Before they were able to type their questions, and now they're not able to.
All right, so listen, even with the differences that we have, I want to thank everybody for their time and for everything that they're doing for the community. I would like at this point to make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting, thanking everybody in the community for tuning in, for participating, and wishing everybody a wonderful night and a great weekend. So could I have a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting, please?
Motion.
Before we I think we had a motion, but can we go with Eileen's suggestion or whoever suggested it, that we do get together with our state representatives to get a bus and fill that bus, maybe 2 buses, to go to Albany so that the governor sees that Brentwood is out there. We are a unique school district. We are the largest school district on Long Island, but we're also one of the poorest. But most of those legislatures, and I think even the governor, he thinks that Brentwood is like all
Well, I'm
the,
willing to do it if we get a free bus,
well,
because that's taking more money from our kids, and I just can't keep doing this.
how do we get up there? So that he knows that we are in a very unique situation. And the only way we could do it is to go up to Albany and en masse, so that the governor knows that this is Brentwood coming up. We are unique. We don't have the money that Hart Park has and other school districts on the island.
Absolutely. So we can continue that conversation, Trustee Moore.
Okay.
Yep. So in the meantime, could I have a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
You have a motion by Cindy.
Trustee Safiri has a motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Burgos. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much to everyone. Have a wonderful night to the Brentwood community and to everyone here.
Thank you now. Good night now.
Good night.
Good night.